Alrighty, welcome back, folks. Roth here. Let's see. Well, uh, looks like there's an update for Scribblet. Gonna update that real quick. We're gonna be doing some art, and tonight's drawing is gonna be based on a horror character. Here, look, a killer clown named Art the Clown, which is from a film called Terrifier. I think it started out as like a short, like a segment of an anthology called All Hallows Eve. I think that's the title. And then it spun off to its own um, full-length feature. It was called Terrifier, and that came out like a few years ago. And now he's coming out with a sequel to that called Terrifier 2, and it's coming out later this week. I think probably as soon as tomorrow. I think, but definitely sometime this week. In theaters, I think exclusively in theaters from the looks of the trailer. The trailer looks fantastic for that. Alright, so here are some drawings that I've done in the past. I don't know if this is clicking on the image, but it doesn't pop out for the stream. Let me see if we can get the desktop view. So right now I'm only capturing the Steam client. There you go, there's my desktop view. There you go. But yeah, I think the last time I hopped onto Scribblet was, I think I was doing this drawing here, the Pirates of Dark Water. There you go, now you can see the bigger version. You definitely see more details when it's like zoomed up like this, but in-app it doesn't really go this big. Because you only have like a small size, small workplace with the canvas. Here's a Hellraiser. I did this one very recently and uploaded it to Steam. You can check out the actual image. If you click on my Steam profile, there's a command for that. There's also a link for it over on Twitch. But yeah, Pinhead, aka the Hell Priest. I was thinking to maybe also add or draw the female, the new Pinhead that's in excitement for the new Hellraiser film that's also coming out this week. A lot of films and shows coming out this week, and I plan to watch some of them this weekend. A lot of horror related stuff. But yeah, I might possibly do the female Pinhead sometime this month. We shall see. But yeah, Marcel the Shell, it's another film. More on the family-friendly side, but quite a fun-looking one. Alright, also did Saban Moon. Alright, so I'm gonna put this up, and then we'll get going on the drawing. Might want to go full screen though. This is just the windowed mode. I realized that I forgot that there was a windowed mode option, but this would allow me to, move around the monitor. Looks like it's capturing the entire app in full screen, so that's fine. Make sure the audio levels are okay. Alright, so here is Scribblet. I'm currently running it in windowed mode, but I think on stream it should be full screen, capturing full screen. So here's the new layout. They updated this app recently, and they continue to get patches. So, oh, there's a hotfix that just came out today. 1.6.1.4 is the current version right now. Also at the bottom there, corner. Yeah. Mainly, this is an online Pictionary game. free to download on Steam. But I tend to use it as like a drawing app. There's a free draw mode, just right here. But there's a couple of game modes currently. There used to be a third one, but I think they took it out for this new overhaul. So let's go into free draw. Actually, before that, let me take a look at the my profile and view some of the drawings that I submitted. I did add Niddler, the monkey bird, to this drawing. I did this one back in September for Talk Like a Pirate Day, and then I went back to it last week, I think, to add this character, Pirates of Dark Water. This was like a early 90s animated series that used to air on TV. And here's the Hellraiser one. But yeah, the canvas for this is it's a bit smaller. You'll see in a minute. So I'll hop into free draw mode and then we'll start a brand new drawing. I can also choose to open up older drawings if I want. But since we're not working on an old drawing, we'll work on a new drawing. Create new art. Let me fill the canvas with black ink so that it doesn't blind anyone. So yeah, here are the basic tools. This is a brand new layout. They rehauled the drawing area, the free draw mode, and the canvas is a lot bigger now. Still the same aspect ratio, but you have more of this in view now. So it's a lot better for us to, pinpoint where to jot down the brush input and stuff. I've also got a mouse indicator, so whenever I click, you'll see it light up there. Left click, right click, and so on. It's also the mouse wheel. I think it detects that. I'm not sure if it detects like when I'm moving the mouse. I don't know if there's an indicator for that, but mouse wheel definitely. So I also added tags over on Twitch. There's a Twitch tag, custom Twitch tag for mouse clicks. So you can be hearing a lot of mouse clicks, I think. But yeah, sort of ASMR-y, but not quite. Let's call this, I don't know if I want to call this Art the Clown or Terrifier. Maybe I'll type it as Terrifier and then Art the Clown. Or maybe backwards. The way I title it on stream is Art the Clown first and then Terrifier in parentheses. Yeah, I'll name it like that. I might have to rename it afterwards, but I gotta check my other drawings to see how I titled them. Normally it would be like the property that is part of, so it's part of the Terrifier series, and then the character in parentheses, something like that. Alright, so basic tools, you get the brush, eraser, paint fill bucket, and then you get your simple circles or shapes. Outline, I think. I don't think they're filled. You gotta do the fill manually, I think. Something like that. I don't know why they took out the... Unless there's a way to get that back somehow. Maybe there's a key to bring the filled shapes back. It's also a line tool. I actually find the line tool a little bit more useful than either the three of these. But I mostly stick to the brush, and yeah, that's pretty much it. Over on the right side, there's a color wheel, eyedropper tool to pick a color from the canvas, and then you get your preset colors. And then there's a transparency bar, so you can, shift the amount of transparency or opacity, opacity, whatever you want to call it. But yeah, kind of wish the color wheel was a little bit bigger in size, so I can actually grab the right color a little more. But yeah, Brush size, these are preset brush size, but you can also increase the size, decrease the size by using the mouse wheel. It's another shortcut. That way, I mean, otherwise you'll just stick to the, the same size throughout, or just these three. But yeah, would definitely highly recommend using like a mouse that has like a color wheel. Not color wheel, the mouse wheel. I think the mouse wheel click also does like a paint bucket, so like the same as this, or maybe it's the same as brush, I'm not sure. Undo, redo, clear would clear the image, and then save button if you want to save the image. So I periodically save the image when I can, but when I remember. And then there's a shared esteem button, pretty much it. Options, you got. I'll play this and have the sound play in the background. It's got its own built-in music, but I'll probably swap back and forth between my own and then in-game music. But we'll see. Alright, so Terrifier, it's a horror franchise. And yeah, it's definitely gaining momentum with this one character, Art the Clown. I'll try to imagine how I'm gonna pose this character. It's sort of like in celebration of the new film Terrorizer 2, or Terrifier. Not Terrorizer. I feel like maybe Terrorizer would be a cool title too, but I don't know if there's any other film that has that title. But yeah, Terrifier is the series. So let me see if... Okay. Just checking the sound levels, make sure it's running fine. Also, there might be some frame drops. We're streaming on multiple services or multiple platforms, including Twitch, YouTube, DLive, Picardo, Trovo. I don't know if I mentioned Trovo yet, but Picardo is an art-focused website for streaming, and I'm pushing out like a higher bitrate, not too high, but like just high enough that it would display the image just fine. But I think the resolution might be a little lower though. But if the frame rate starts to get really bad, I may have to disable some of the services or destinations for some of those platforms. So we'll see. All right, let's get prepared here. I'm gonna try and I'll try to pay close attention to the frame rate if I can. If it starts to dip, I may have to do a thing. Alright, so I guess we'll start off with how I'm gonna try and do some sketches and see how I'm gonna pose this character. Well, of course, transparency tool help a lot. Kind of want his face like somewhere off center, or maybe mostly centered, but maybe sometime or somewhere off to the right. And I don't know if I want to tilt it, because there's some moments in the trailer where he's like he's got his hands out, he's popping out of the cart, or was like an ice cream truck or something, and then he's got his hands out like hey, introducing himself. It's like a fun new character. Let's see. I think I might just have him face this way. I was thinking to I sort of brainstormed some ideas. Think of how I wanted to pose him, like for the past like week or so, and it's like, maybe I can. There's like two different images that I kind of want to do, and one is I'll probably have him pose with like a peace sign, so he's holding like 2 fingers up, or whatever, and they would be very bloody fingers. So the 2 would be an indicator for, hey, this is part 2 of Terrifier 2. Terrifier. And then he's like all grinning and stuff. And then the other one would be him with his sunflower glasses, which looks terrific. Terrific. He's got this sharp nose that comes curling down. And I think a third one, I was also thinking like whether or not to do like a toony version of him. Maybe like a less realistic, more toony. Because there's a scene in the trailer where he's been drawn into like a cartoon character for like a cereal box, and that looks terrific. I'm gonna try and sketch it out and see how this is gonna turn out. Man, I feel like his face should like face forward or something. Either that or I don't know. Let's see how this is gonna. I feel like one of the toughest part is trying to get like brainstorm the image and come out with like a decent composition and stemming from that, I guess. So this is like sort of like freehand. And then his mouth would be like somewhere right here. I've watched some interviews with the actors and the creator of the show, the director. And yeah, they seem definitely passionate about this, the franchise and where it's headed. This eye should be like somewhere up here. He's got some really long teeth, grinning teeth. It's almost like Joker in a way, like Batman Joker. Oh, he's also got like eyebrows for face paint. There's a part of his face, or part of his mask, I should say, that wraps around like this, I think. And then he's got like cheeks that would be very sharp cheeks. And then like you can see the bone of the eye, like the shape of it. It's like very it's like very bony, sort of. And he's got like a small little hat. It's like a top hat, but like a small one. It's one of those cute small hats. And he always wears it to the side like this, tilted. So don't you make fun of his the way he wears his hat, or else you get it. Oh yeah, I should also have like a slideshow. I might actually put it on the side here somewhere. So there'll be a slideshow for some of the drawings I've done in the past. Let me see if I can find it. Oh, I should maybe also add like a boo hat for my new avatar. Boop, there you go. Past drawings, here we go. I don't know if I want to add or move it down there, or maybe move it up a little more. We'll probably cover the brush size. Yeah, maybe up here or something, I don't know. I could move it up here. Let's see how it looks if I have it up here, but then it will cover the color selection. Over here is fine too, but then like, you know, I don't really use that color section all that much. So I think over here might be also be fine. I can make it a little bigger, because before there would be a section on the left side where I could just cover. But I think down here is fine for now. So you can get it lined up right here. Yep. Oh. Can't really see where it's located. There we go. I think that's fine. Maybe a little more. Okay. Yeah, I think that's where it was. Alright. So somewhat like this, I want to say. I'm actually, I might actually shift his face forward. But I just want to see how this would look like. It's also got like a sharp, pointy chin. His chin should be like pointing out a little more. Okay, now I gotta figure out how the fingers are gonna line up. Actually, let me see at the top of his head. Bum, 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 bum. Also thinking to maybe also have him face the other way too. Sadly, there's no button to flip the image. That would be nice. There's also only one single layer that I can work with here, so it's a bit like Microsoft Paint, except a lot simpler. Let's see, so I like the peace sign. Oh, Sandman. I also did a drawing of Sandman. You might see it scrolling in the slideshow later. Oh, I didn't think of what I want to add for the background. I think I should do that first before I start drawing his face and stuff. Normally I would start with the background, at least get something back there. But I think maybe just mostly sticking to black would be fun. Yeah, his fingers are gonna be bloody. Definitely want to make sure his fingers are gonna be bloody. So it's gonna be somewhat like this. It's also got gloves, fingerless gloves. This already looks funny. Terrifier 2. Sending out a peace sign. No peace at all. Not from this guy. Oh, there's my Killer Clown remix. Did that recently. This is the more extended version. 9-minute long. A little more than 9 minutes. Hey there, Robotic. Yeah. No, I'm just like sketching out to see how this could turn out. So I'm sort of like brainstorming a bit to see what I could like how I could pose this guy. But yeah, I hope you're doing well. Kind of helped on a little late tonight. But all in the planning. Yeah, since we're doing art tonight, I made sure to also go live on Twitter. And apparently I think the official Terrifier account just liked the stream. Wait till to see the time-lapse version of it. Something weird happened at work? Ooh, do tell. Hope it's nothing bad. I'm also following the official Terrifier 2 account. Alright, let's see how the rest of this clown suit looks like. Using the bathroom, came out bathroom, and main big boss of the store was in there, and he seemed suspicious of me and started searching in the trash. Don't know why. Wow. Yeah, that is definitely sus, alright. Oh, this is perfect. I might just like loop this track over and over tonight. We'll see. Definitely not somebody who you want to be in the crosshairs. Oh, man. Have they been... like, what are they even looking for? This guy also has it's like little ruffles on his wrist area. Clown suit. Wears like a black and white clown suit. Very contrasty. think this part is like black. I guess it's either a rapper, like if I was shoplifting, or maybe drugs. Oh. But then you were working there, so why would he assume that, or why would they assume that? Unless there's another person there that was, you know, that looked suspicious. Oh my gosh. Looking at this image again. This guy's nose is like... The way to design his nose is... It's almost like Mr. Burns. I think of Mr. Burns for some reason. From The Simpsons. He's got that, that cruel looking nose. Yeah. Yeah, I think having his face, like, at this angle is fine. I was thinking to maybe point it downward? Or maybe, like, straight forward, but I think, oh man. See, now I gotta think about how I'm gonna display the sunflower glasses. Maybe I'll add it to this. Who knows? I think it would be fun to add the sunflower glasses to this. And then, oh man, I don't know if I want to do a second drawing. I was thinking to maybe do second, like 2 drawings of art. Art cycling. Somebody brought up a good point. It might be because of your tattoos, and they're just assuming. But I do look tired, but that's because I have, oh, because you have kids. Huh. Yeah, but like, shouldn't they know you? Shouldn't they know that you work there? Yeah, that's a bit strange though. Alright, so I think I might solidify this. I might stick to this pose. I may want to add the sunglasses though. I think that would be fun. I think that's the one great moment of that trailer, the part 2. It's when he's like wearing those sunglasses for like a moment. He knows I work there, but doesn't really talk to any of the other bosses. Other than people that work there know you well and know that you're a good guy and everything. Huh. Yeah. Probably must not be in the know. Also, let me see if I can bring up Twitch real quick on the mobile. I was also thinking to maybe make the frame a little bloody, so I'll probably get to that. I also had an idea of maybe putting his name in the back, written in blood, like how it's portrayed in the trailer. So there'd possibly be a bunch of blood just dripping. I think that would be a good focus. Alright, let me see and get the rest of his suit. Oh, he's got like a little ball here. Now we gotta add the ball. Pretty excited for this picture. It looks really... Yeah, I'm pretty excited too. And I'm the one who's working on it. I think that's the thing, like you have to be excited for the piece. No pun intended. Like, you have to be excited to actually draw. And then like just the act of like brainstorming ideas. That part is exciting already. At least from my perspective. Yeah, I don't know if you've seen the first film, Robotic, or even the All Hell's Eve, but yeah, there's a part 2 coming out. I think tomorrow. It's gonna be out in theaters. There's a few horror films I want to see in theaters at the moment. Barbarian is one I hear good things about. Pearl is getting a lot of positive feedback. That one is a prequel to X, I believe. X was fantastic. I really enjoyed it. And Smile is the other one that's also getting a lot of good feedback. Oh, you know what I could do? I could probably have his hand, this other army over here, grab the trash bag, because he normally would carry the trash bag over his shoulder. In the first film, and I think also in the second film. At least from the looks of the trailer, he was doing that. I think, yeah, having the left hand right here and holding the trash bag would be ideal. Because there's like nothing else here. So I think, yeah, I think I might just add that. See how I can get that in there. I think the bag is gonna look pretty shiny. Gonna have to make it look shiny. I've drawn trash bags before, or at least like a plastic bag before in Scribblet, and that was the Tomie drawing, Japanese horror Tomie, which I think is part of the slideshow. It might pop up. It's a little trash bag with or grocery bag with the head in it. Not really in the loop with new movies, but I have to check this out. Yeah. I think Terrifier is currently on the first film is on it might be on Tubi, TubiTV.com or something like that. It's also on Screambox. Screambox is a horror service, another horror service. But yeah, that one's pretty good, pretty gnarly on the kills. So be sure to keep the children away, because it's definitely not family friendly for sure. You don't recognize the character, but I don't remember it. But yeah, you know, this is a fairly new character in the horror scene. But he's gaining a lot of popularity as of late, especially with the sequel coming out this week. Let's see if I can shape this trash bag. I think his hand should be somewhere over here. I feel like I should make his this hand here all bloody. Right now it looks like a chalkboard. Like I'm drawing on a chalkboard. Yeah, I'm pretty excited for some of the horror films that's coming out this month. So yeah, is OBS disconnecting? Oh no. Alright, looks like it's reconnecting. OBS reconnect. Type that out just in case. So it looks like OBS is reconnecting itself. Sorry I had to drop connection there. This might turn out to be a part 2. So just in case folks missed out on the first part, I've only just got done, not really, but still working on the sketching part of it. So this is what I came up with first. Just brainstorming and seeing what pose I can pose this character. We're working on Art the Clown. The character's name is Art, and we're working on Art. And it's from a horror series called Terrifier. Yeah, plainly just Terrifier. And I just mentioned that the first film is up on either Tubi and or Screambox, which is a horror streaming service. I forgot which company that they're in part by. It might have been Bloody Disgusting or Dread Central, one of those sites. One of the notable horror websites that's focused on horror. All things horror. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if I lost connection multiple times tonight. But if it does happen again, I may have to disconnect from DLive or one of the platforms that I'm streaming on. We're doing multi-streaming on a variety of platforms. And there may be lag. And blood. Lag or blood. And or blood. Really enjoyed the first episode of Street. Oh yeah, Fear Street. Yeah. You're kind of spooky, fictional, and not too gory. Yeah. There's some gore in it. Bloody. But like I mentioned, it's like a popcorn spooker. But yeah, that's a fun one. It's definitely a fun, like those kind of horror films are always fun to watch. Have you recognized any of the actors yet? You may have noticed the first scene in that first film. You may recognize, and she's the one that played. I forgot what her name was in Stranger Things. Like either season 2, season 3 onwards. But yeah, she's one of the girls in Stranger Things. But wait, there's more. Wait till you get to the second film. So the second film. So, wait. So the first one, it's not 1984. It's 1994, I think. Yeah. We made the mistake of calling it 1984 last time. But yeah, it was 1994. And the 90s being the prominent year that R.L. Stine would publish a lot of his Goosebumps and Fear Street. I think that's why they they based it on the 90s first. And then I think that the second film is 1970. Takes place in the 70s, late 70s, I think, 78 or something like that. And it'll have a camping setting. So you expect something like Friday the 13th or whatever, The Burning. Yeah. All right. So it looks like we're getting a couple drop frames, a little bit, 2.5% drop frames right now. So I might have to drop Picardo for a bit. So yeah, sorry for folks over on Picardo. I might have to drop Picardo for now. So if you want to see the rest of this session, we're probably still going to be live for the remainder of the night. Check the links in the description if you want to find out where. But yeah, I gotta cut it so that I can get my frames back. There we go. I think that should alleviate it a bit. Because I'm basically sending out the same amount of data to Picardo as I'm sending over to YouTube and Twitch and stuff, I think. Almost finished the first episode. The kids kept coming in the room, interrupting, so I had to turn. Yeah, yeah, definitely not for kids. That's for sure. Too spooky. I feel like I need to make this guy's head like a little bit taller or something. That means I might have to move this hat a little higher. Unless I can make it like angled a bit here. Sometimes you gotta make mistakes and you gotta fix those mistakes. That's the point of art. Oh. There's the Fall Guys tune. I should keep Trovo chat open. It's sort of like there's like not enough room for me to put all the chat windows in a single monitor screen. Alright, let's see where. I feel like the fingers would be, or at least the glove would be cut somewhere around here. This one I feel like it should be somewhere over here. You can see his thumbnail. So it did split it to a second video, huh? The thing is, like, Trovo is probably one of the, it, like, setting an example for, like, other streaming sites. And they're definitely more dependable, because they don't cut the videos too soon, like Twitch does. Twitch, like, they cut out the video into pieces like after a minute. Like you have like a certain amount of time to reconnect, and OBS doesn't reconnect automatically in time with that first broadcast, or you know, the initial broadcast. Like I even set it to like the least amount of seconds in OBS software. But still, it just doesn't. It's not fast enough to reconnect. All right, let me see if I can paint his face. Let's get some color in there. I think both Twitch and YouTube, with the way they time their, I don't know if there's a correct term for it. Let's get this color a little bit. think what I could do is like if I can't think of another character to draw, I could come back to doing another Terrifier drawing. Like later in the month, I think. But then like I still gotta also do the Inktober stuff. Alright, looks like the frame drapes are coming back. Or the frame rates. I almost said frame grapes. Alright, this part, I think it dips down this way. It's got neat details to his face, or at least the mask, I mean. It looks neat when it's like drenched in blood. Let's see if we can get yeah. I don't know how the lighting for this is gonna be like. We could maybe have the light shine from top. That's probably gonna be ideal for this image. I think having the paint, the face paint on it, probably best to add it last once I've gotten all the white parts in. In the background tonight, I have Pete. He's playing Dread Out 2. I think he might be close to completing it now. Oh, I think he swapped over to Zombier. Yep, it's gonna be a lot of mouse clicks, so be prepared. This might be therapeutic to some people. They like the sound of mouse clicks. Man, I feel like this. Yeah, I think it's close. I guess I'll start out with the ordinary white color. Then I'll probably make some parts more bloody. Oh yeah, Twitch also has like a new global emote for the spooky season. It is just so spooky. Let me see. So spooky, and there's like another like a brand new clown that they've got. There you go, there's 3 of them. I don't know if that pops up on stream or not. Very small that I have the chat in the corner there. Maybe I actually can increase that. See a little bit of it. Yeah, that's their brand new global spooky emote. Hmm. Just funny seeing this character like this. Man, we're going the tough route. I probably should have drawn a background, like maybe think of a background to draw first before getting down to drawing this character. But I think this time the process is going to be a bit different. There you go. Space is really good depth, giving it 3D texture. Yeah. I mean, I'm still figuring out how the lighting is going to be, but also reminding myself what parts of his face is going to be located. So having, like, you know, these jaggedy lines, keep it in place so that, you know, if I were to color other parts, I would know which part to color. But yeah, the shape of his face is like this. It's very, like, jaggedy. It's not his face, it's just his mask that he wears. I actually watched a like behind the scenes video where they apply the makeup and the mask on the actor's face. And yeah, the mask itself is like a thin layer that they just slap on. They put like I don't know what sort of man, I don't know the terms when it comes to like the makeup and stuff. But there's like I guess they apply some sort of like oh my gosh, like not liquid, but like sort of like a gooey texture so that it slips off easily so that it doesn't stick to the face. So it's not powder that they use, it's like a sort of like gel. Yeah, it's like a gel-like texture underneath the mask. So when they place it on the face, it wouldn't stick to it. It will slip off when he removes it. But yeah, the eyes would be black. The mouth area. Let me see. I feel like I don't know if this is gonna take like 2 sessions, but I'll try to complete this in a single session if I can. We've only just got started too. Cheekbone and eyebrow structure kind of reminds you of Spawn. Yeah, I could see that. I could see that. Actually, wait, is it? I'm trying to remember his name. The clown in Spawn. What's his name again? Pulverizer? Or Terrorizer? Was it Terrorizer? Oh my gosh. Imagine that. Art the clown meeting up with the Violator. That's what it is. The Violator. Oh man, the Violator. And that is before the transformation. I gotta watch that movie again. I do own it on Blu-ray. It was in a bargain bin at Best Buy for like $5. I was like, well, guess I'm grabbing this. I know they're working on a new one too, I think. There was Spawn, there was Blade, some of those 90s Capcom, wait, not Capcom, Marvel. 90s Marvel films, live action. Big fan of the cartoon series of Spawn. Yeah, I remember the cartoon animated series. I think there was wasn't there like an animated movie? I might be misremembering. I don't think I ever saw the movie. Spawn and also I think Hellboy is sort of within this, you know, like I get the same vibes with Hellboy and Spawn together. Because I know Hellboy's had a few animated movies. So he's got some, I think this part is like, pretty much just flat. Forehead is like pretty much flat, I think. Yeah, Spawn was pretty big. Spawn, Venom. Oh! I'm sure they've put the two together, where it's like a Venom Spawn. They've always tried to like combine Venom with like another character. Imagine Venom Lobo. That'd be awesome. I love Lobo. One of these days I'll have to draw him. Didn't they have Spawn in one of the Mortal Kombat games? Yeah, they did. I think it was Mortal Kombat 9 that they had him. Man, they had some really cool crossovers in the Mortal Kombat series, especially more recent ones. Mortal Kombat 11 is the most recent, and that game is like the perfect Mortal Kombat game. That one definitely caters to like the old school Mortal Kombat fans like myself, because they brought back Liu Kang and a lot of like pretty much all the classic Mortal Kombat characters, and then they collide with 80s action icons. Terminator, Rambo, RoboCop is in there. Xenomorph, Predator. Oh man, all the 80s, and a lot of those are what inspired Mortal Kombat in the first place, like the original Mortal Kombat. Aside from you know, Big Trouble in Little China. Oh wait, Big Trouble in Little China, yeah. Yeah, that was the main inspiration for the original Mortal Kombat. Imagine a movie with all those characters. Oh yeah, exactly, man. It would have to be like something like Ready Player One. But then I feel like Ready Player One wouldn't focus too much on like the violence and stuff. Unless they do. Unless they intend on focusing on that. But I kind of doubt it. You kind of see some of it. Some of the things that happen, but it's more on the fun side. Like we see some video game characters make it in, Chun-Li and stuff. Battletoad, I think. Ninja Turtles, I think, was in there, maybe. yeah, stuff like that. I think Ready Player One would be the place to do it. They did cover a lot of like 80s stuff though, 80s properties. I was surprised when I saw like there was like a Lady Hawk poster towards the end of the movie. I was like, hey, I remember that movie. It's just a weird choice though, because it's such an obscure film, but like seeing like a character would have that poster of that film is just like, you know, it would be more common if they would have like a Tron poster, like a Tron 84 poster or something, or Blade Runner or something. But Lady Hawk, of all films, Lady Hawk, man. Michelle Pfeiffer. Yeah, Ready Player One was alright. It was pretty hype, and I love the end fight. Very exciting. You know, they almost had Ultraman fighting Godzilla, or Mechagodzilla. I mean, almost had it, because that was how the I think the book went. And that would have been great. I think they just didn't have the license to that character, so they replaced it with something else. Something still iconic and recognizable. And in a way, I'm glad that they went that route, because it was also really cool how they went with the final result. Very exciting. Like, I'm all for like crossover events. One of these days, I think, like they would, I mean, I probably mentioned it before, or hinted at it, but they were trying to get like Alien versus Predator. I mean, that was like the start of like having like horror icons, or yeah, I guess you could say like Freddy versus Jason. That's sort of like started a trend. But in terms of like sci-fi, like 80s action, Predator versus Alien, or Alien versus Predator series, it was like a start to having some of those properties go against each other. I think the dream crossover would be to have Superman, Batman versus Alien and Predator. That's the dream collab, or a dream like crossover, because it's already happened in the comics. There's like a little mini series that was published, and it's just mind blowing to see that had existed at one point. And I feel like the films was starting to get there to that point. It was on the verge to getting to that point, but they didn't really turn out that well in live action form. But yeah, imagine that. Yeah, at least we got like Alien vs. Predator, and then Requiem was oof. It was just too dark of a film to even tell what's even going on in that film. But it's got some neat ideas though. They brought some of the ideas from the comics, from the AVP comics, to the big screen. But the way they present it, the way they displayed it, was, oof. Can barely see anything. I think I only watched it like once and was like, wow, what is even happening here? All I see is like darkness and alien sounds and screeches and soldiers screaming. At least we got, yeah, Invisible Bear AVP. So now I feel like they're starting to get to that point again, but slowly. So we're seeing films like Prey, which is like a prequel story to the Predator, the first Predator film, which is probably still the best in the franchise. The '87 Predator. Nothing can beat it. Still to this day. The music, the action, Arnold. I was supposed to say Arnie. Arnold. Apparently at one point, they was supposed to have Jean-Claude Van Damme wear the costume for Predator. And also that Predator costume was designed by Steve Wang. And big fan of his work. He also did the Guyver live action films, which is, you know, one of my favorite properties of all time. Based on the manga, animated series, Japanese property. So he produced those films, directed those films, 1 and 2. Part 2 was probably the best, but they never got back to that, and they never made a part 3. That would've been great to see a part 3. So we only got to see the first Guyver, and then in a brand new character that combines a Guyver unit and a Zonoid. So you get a Guyver Zonoid in that second film, which was just mind-blowing. But you gotta be like a Guyver fan to even know what that's even about, or why it's so exciting, you know? Other than that, the choreography and the fights, the action, the blood and gore is exciting enough for like a brand new viewer. Especially that second film, really good, very well done. And don't let anyone say that there's no good anime adaptations, anime to movie adaptations, because there has been. It's just that it's too old for people to even know about it. It's a much older property, but it's not very relevant nowadays. I think the manga is on a hold, and they had a remake somewhere in the late 2000s, I want to say. I got them all on DVD, Blu-ray, and VHS. Used to rent them on Blockbuster. But yeah, I don't know if anyone would ever go back to that franchise and produce like new films. Because I feel like seeing a lot of like today's films, like even since like Iron Man, like the Marvel movie Iron Man, seeing that film in theaters made me want like a Guyver, like a brand new Guyver movie. Seeing how cool that superhero was, and it just reminded me of Guyver. Like, it's so much like some of the stuff that Iron Man does in that first Iron Man film. It's like, wow, that's very much like Guyver, except Guyver is just a more gory and slicing monsters in half, just like this guy, Art the Clown. Not necessarily a monster, but slicing like bodies in half the same way, you know? Except this guy uses like a saw tool. But yeah, Guyver is more on the sci-fi of things. That's probably why the first film was more associated with the Sci-Fi Channel back in the day, with especially with Mark Hamill involved in that first film. Predator 2, probably one of the most underrated movies. Yeah, part 2 was fine. Yeah, part 2 is fine. I enjoyed that a lot as a kid. Even though it was like rated R, just like the first one. But but yeah, I think if I would rate the films, the first Predator, Predator 87, and then Predator 2, and then Prey in third. Yeah, Prey was pretty good. But going by memory, I think Predator 2 is definitely an important entry to the franchise. And you'll see hints of like why it's important when you watch Prey, because it throws references to to the past films. The Predators, whichever one that was done by Shane Black. Was it The Predator? I think it was The Predator, with "the" in the title. That one was it was a fun time, very comedic, and I watched that one in theaters, and I placed that one in third before when it was brand new. But now it's probably in fourth with Prey being out. I think I would place The Predator in fourth. But man, that one went wild. And another thing, that last part, that last scene in The Predator, the Shane Black one, again reminded me of the Guyver. Like, it made me want a Guyver movie because of how, like, I'm not sure if I should mention like any spoilers, but like just how like wild the ideas went in that film. It's like, wow, it's just like it's going the direction of the Guyver again. Because it goes more sci-fi, then you're fighting aliens, you know? The humans fighting the aliens. It's very much like Guyver. But Guyver is just a much more older property, and it's a Japanese property. But I don't know. I don't think any companies would be interested in making like a new live-action version of it. Would be cool though with today's technology. I felt the same when I watched Wonder Woman in theaters. Wonder Woman, the first Wonder Woman, made me want to have like a Sailor Moon movie, like a live-action Sailor Moon. But even though it just feels wrong to have one, but yeah, with like technology nowadays and the big companies pushing out these comic book movies adaptations, like I feel like the same could be done with like some of the Japanese properties, but it just hasn't been done yet. Now, granted, there was a live-action Sailor Moon series in Japan, but and that was fantastic. I like how they portrayed the characters in that one. But man, after seeing Wonder Woman, I feel like there's like this door that opened. Like, wow, you know, they could make like a movie based on this property, that property, if they have the right team to make it, the right budget, you know. Never heard of Guyver? Yeah, I've mentioned Guyver from time to time. One of my favorite IPs of all time growing up. It was the Guyver and the Crow, Brandon Lee the Crow. Like in those years, the mid 90s. big inspirations. I actually drew the Guyver. I'm not sure if it's gonna pop up. It might pop up on screen. I feel like I should move this upward. But you might see the Guyver. I'm not sure if it's gonna, if it's part of the slideshow. Because I drew Guyver along with Sailor V posing together. But I think I separated the Sailor V one just specifically for this slideshow. But if it's not there, I might have to include it later on in a later art session. We'll see. But yeah, it's like a sci-fi animated series. High school students discovering this piece of alien equipment, and then they turn into like a superhero, like this killing machine, but it's more of like a bioweapon. It was used as a weapon to you know, clear out other species of aliens. But yeah, there's some deep lore in that. Like, it goes into like life and space and stuff. Aliens. Involves aliens and stuff. Invading Earth. It's sort of almost like how the Predator series or the Alien series covers their stories. You know, aliens arriving to Earth and, you know, all this theorizing. It's like the same ideas, very similar ideas. So it's like, wow, you know, when I watch those films, Predator and Aliens, like, man, Guyver is like this too. They should make another Guyver movie, but you know. Sounds like Warhammer 40,000. Yeah. Yeah, Warhammer covers a lot too. I'm sure they continue to like write a lot to Warhammer. And those stories span out and extend. There's like so many different like spin-offs. I can't even keep track of it. But I always hear a lot about it from time to time. Someone's always mentioning something about Warhammer. You know, right away when I saw the old Pistol in Prey, that was from a second film. Yeah. So only like, I feel like folks that see so Prey is like such a, it's been such a hit, like the month that it came out, and some people are just watching it for the first time. Some people are just watching like any of the Predator films for the first time, and Prey being that one for some reason, you know. And I feel like a lot of these folks, they haven't seen any of the Predator films, like the past films, so they probably wouldn't catch any of the Easter eggs. They probably know how the alien looks like, and they're expecting like a horror film, whatever. But they didn't expect like this female warrior fighting against this alien and triumphing over it. And I think most of the crowd, that's what they're cheering for. They're cheering for that female protagonist. And that's great. It's great to change the formula up a bit. But you still have that that simple human versus alien, man versus alien, you know. And that's great. They keep it back to, they brought it back to the basics of what a Predator film should be. Or should be about. And they kept it in like, you know, this environment. Like, the first film had the jungle. The second had the city. Man in the city. Man chasing after the alien in the city. And then you got Prey, where it takes place in the forest. And it takes place like hundreds of years before the events of the first film. And that's great. So who knows where, where they take that, where they take it to next. I think if they do like a sequel to Prey, they could probably show more of the alien tribe. I forgot what they're like. I don't know how to pronounce their name. I think it starts with a Y, like the Yakto or something like that. And they could probably show how the female predator or the female alien would look, like on the big screen, because they do exist and they exist in the comics. Changing the formula was risky. They did a really great job pulling it off. Yeah. Yeah, that's what they did with the Predator, the Shane Black one. They really changed it up. But they made it more comedic. But that's why it was fun. At least for me, it was just fun. It was just fun and entertaining. It was just bad, but it's just fun to watch it. Some of the dialogue from those characters, just hilarious. I mean, the first film had some comedy too, but it's like, it's minimal comedy, and it's during the first part, just getting to know the characters. But once you get into the serious part, once you see more of the alien, that's when it starts to get serious. And like, I feel like the Predator series needs to know when it's supposed to be serious, you know? When's the right time to be funny and entertaining, and when's the right time to be serious. Like, the pacing of it also matters. That's why the first one is so great, because of how they laid it out. Getting to know Dutch and his buddies, and they have a mission to do. Like the beginning of the second movie, where they're in the big shootout during the drug cartel. Yeah. Forgot how the opening of that was like. I only remember bits and pieces of it, but I remember really liking it a lot. And most of it was like in the dark. Like, it's usually happening at nighttime. The freezer scene, oh man, that was so good. Oh, let me see if I can adjust the volume here. Yeah, the freezer scene was great. We get to see like weapons that the Predator had. Like brand new weapons we hadn't seen before. With that razor disc. And that part reminds me of another film called I Come in Peace. It has a second title called Dark Angel. I mentioned it before, but in that one, that's an 80s classic. I think it's like came out in like 88 or 89, somewhere around there. Early 90s for sure. I used to watch it a lot. Dolph Lundgren, one of my favorites. Or at least that film that he starred in was probably one of my favorites that he starred in. So Dark Angel, aka I Come in Peace, had this alien lands on Earth in search of I think cocaine. Like there's like human drugs that they use. I forgot what it was. it was either human blood that they're craving for. I forgot what it was, but they're kind of like vampires in a way. And but I think if I remember correctly, the human blood is like their drug or something like that. So they get high off the human blood. It's pretty weird. But the alien's got this this weapon that shoots out discs, like compact discs, like the CDs that we have. Because you know, compact discs were brand new back then in the 80s. And but yeah, that alien would have that as a weapon. They would shoot it out of their hands, like they're just like this thing that they wear on their hand, and they just shoot it out. It reminded me of that. So the freezer scene in Predator 2, that's what it reminded me of, because that film came out after. And it was just cool to see like any character, whatever piece of media, have like a move like that, where they shoot out like a disc, like a CD compact disc, from their hands like that, from their knuckle or whatever. Like that, it's just so cool. And it's just like a size of like a compact disc. You can see it in the movie Dark Angel. But in Predator 2, it's a little bit bigger though, because it cuts like it chops off like a piece of frozen meat. Yeah, Danny Glover dodges it. He only has like a Magnum or something. Didn't one of the Hellraisers have something like that with the shooting? Yeah, they did too. I think it's I think part 3. Yeah, part 3, when they showed more of the Cenobites. One of the Cenobites shot out discs, just like in Dark Angel. So I feel like not a lot of people has seen or heard of Dark Angel. Dolph Lundgren, man, look it up. That's one of my childhood favorites. I don't think it's like gotten, like, I feel like a lot of the Dolph Lundgren films are not that popular. Like, I feel like he's less popular than Van Damme. Can't believe I never heard of Dark Angel. Really, man? Come on, man. 80s classic, man. Video rental store. Definitely on those shelves, man. Blockbuster. Dark Angel, Icon in Peace. It's just I think for us it was just called, like, I always remember it as Icon in Peace, but like in some regions, for some reason, calls it Dark Angel. But yeah, I always know it as Icon in Peace. At least that's the version that I saw growing up. It's a very dark film, but somewhat noir-like. Not very noir, but there's some detective sceneries, because he does play a detective, Dolph Lundgren. And there's some scenes where it's like, it's got some neon lights, very 80s. It looks really good. And the aliens look really cool. They got like white eyes, long hair, long white hair, and a jacket with you know, one of those long jackets like in The Crow. It only recently got re-released to Blu-ray. I don't remember if it had like a DVD release, but like, I think Scream Factory picked it up and then put out a Blu-ray version of it. Like, wow, I remember watching this. Such a cool film, man. But yeah, that was like a cool thing. It was like sort of like a cool trend within like the horror genre. Shooting discs out, and those discs could like slice your head or something. Death by compact discs. and we could probably see what pops up. Imagine like a Final Destination. Oh, I think they're working on a new Final Destination. They're trying to reboot that franchise, I think, from what I read recently. Yeah, Dark Angel, man. I feel like I should do some fan art of that too, like especially the alien. I feel like the most iconic that would totally remind people of that movie would be to draw the main antagonist, the alien guy. I think that would probably be ideal. Gary Busey was a champ in that freezer scene. Oh man. That scene was so good. It was just so well done. It's like it almost mirrors that first kill in the first Alien film, where the guy goes looking for the cat, and then he's in this wet area. I don't know what area of the ship he was at, but he gets killed by the xenomorph, and you don't see the xenomorph, but you see the character, you know, looking around, and then he just disappears or gets stabbed or whatever, you know, just like traditional horror film fashion. And then the camera just like tilts upward. The way Ridley Scott shot that scene is like, wow, master, man. It tilts upward, and then you see the chains. All you hear left is just the chains, just, you know, the sound of the chains just jingling, and it's just like, wow, you know. There goes the first victim. It was so well done. For some reason, that part it's kind of similar to that freezer scene. Although I think the freezer scene in Predator 2 is a little bit more on the action side. But it's just the like how they make use of sound in that one, in both those scenes. So it's like it would be like silent, you know how like all horror films do, they silence the music to heighten up the you know, the climax of it. The climax of that scene to surprise the audience. Yeah, that one was good. We can check out the trailer? Yeah, definitely. They probably have an updated trailer for Dark Angel. Wow, the trailer is something else. Totally disbelief. I've never seen or heard of that. Wow, really? Yeah, man. I'm not sure if it's like on any streaming service, but you could probably check Shout Factory. They also have their own like streaming like website. shoutfactorytv.com. They have a sub-label that is strictly for horror films, and that is Scream Factory. Yeah, they would release their horror films on Scream Factory label. I've ordered from them a few times directly from the website. They would ship out movies along with the poster, brand new artwork, sometimes old artwork, but you know, reprinted for the brand new release of it. That's where I got my John Carpenter's The Thing It's like an anniversary release. First time on Blu-ray, I think, or remastered for that Blu-ray release. And it's like the collector's edition. It's the release that you want to get because there's like some new extras on it, new interviews, and even an interview that mentions like a secret that was previously not discovered. And then when you rewatch it, you kind of know what's up. I feel like fans of that film, once they see that new version in that interview, then they would know the secret behind those films, or at least that first one. Yeah, I won't mention what that secret is though. That's for the viewer to find out. Can we show the part where the alien shooting? Yeah, isn't that so cool? I love that. Oh man, I would love to rewatch that someday. I don't know if it's on any streaming service. I could probably look it up. But man, I love that movie. One of the best like Dolph Lundgren films. It's that one, and then The Punisher. I love something about The Punisher. When I was a kid, I watched The Punisher. It was 1989, I think, somewhere around that year. Like it was his prime. It was the prime time for Dolph Lundgren. In that year, in those years. You know, you got your Arnold, you got your Sylvester Stallone, Jean-Claude Van Damme, and then there's Dolph Lundgren. Like he's that fourth guy. Oh, and then there's also Chuck Norris, Bruce Lee, whatever, Brandon Lee. There was a film where Dolph Lundgren starred with Brandon Lee. I forgot what it's even called now. I just remember how the poster looked like, and some scenes from the film. It's got more like a westerny vibe to it. Something to do with dragons or something like that in the title. I'm trying to remember what it was called. I caught it on TV one time, and I was like, "Wow, a Brandon Lee film." Or you know, a film starring Brandon Lee. It was when he had like short hair, and I think they aired it on TV just before The Crow came out, because everyone was just excited for The Crow to release in theaters. I feel like the CD shooting and thing was tapping into people's fears of new technology. Probably, yeah. I like when they make use of like everyday items like that, you know, and turn it into like an object of fear, you know, to scare people. Another thing that comes to mind is that one of the Paranormal Activity films, I think it was part 4. They made use of like the Xbox. What's it called again? Xbox Connect. Yeah, I almost called it Project Natal, which is the code name for it. But yeah, they made use of the project, or the Xbox Connect. And I've also seen like Ghost Adventures. They made use of that. There's been some episodes where they would make use of Xbox Connect, I think the PC version, to detect motion in the room when it's like dark, the lights are off, and it would censor off like any motion that occurs in that room in the proximity of the Kinect, which is really cool. And you can see like some of the dots move, like it sends out this matrix, like this dot matrix across the room, and then they would play back the footage, and then they would see some of the dots move. So there's definitely some motion in that room. Yeah, I'd watch a lot of like Ghost Adventures back in those days. Used to catch it on Sci-Fi Channel and stuff, or whatever channel it was. Discovery, I think. Ghost Hunters would be on Sci-Fi, I think. One of those reality ghost hunting shows. You ever hear Xbox whisper? It was really creepy. Really? Never heard about that. Although I do know that my friend owned Xbox Connect, and like he would use it as a way to turn on the Xbox on. Like he would use his voice to command it. But I never heard like feedback from the Xbox. Like, is it always on? I feel like it would always be on or something to listen to the voice. See how young he looked? Yeah, he's pretty young in that. Like I said, it was when he was in his prime. It was after Rocky, the Rocky movies, and then you know, he went to do his own movies, main roles. More a fan of the old Ghost Avengers with Nick. Oh yeah. With Nick, yep. Yeah, before Nick left the Ghost Avengers, like he was still part of the team. I don't know if he came back or not. Like that's where I left off at. Like when he parted from the group, that's when I last heard of Ghost Avengers. So I haven't kept up with that series or how the group has been doing. I still see them post on Twitter though. At least I used to. Not so much nowadays, I don't think. He started his own show, can't remember the name. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I remember he left because, you know, there's like, you know, like, it was tough to keep up with the group, as they say. He was having difficulty with coping with, you know, spiritual stuff that's been attached to him, I think, something like that. At least that's what I heard. Like him and his family. Like ever since that first episode, that first hunt that they did at that place. I forgot what that place was called now. But man, if that's the same spirit that's been like following him, that's pretty wild, man. I know they made it present. They made an episode of it. It was sort of like a sequel to that first episode, where I think they revisited that first place that they went to. Or something like that. I'm trying to remember. That's pretty wild though. Having a spirit like attached to you for that long. And Zach was getting more dark, focused on demonic side, where it was more into the scientific side. Huh. Like when they're trying to review the footage. What was the other guy's name? I've got his name. The third guy. That guy is funny. The guy with the beard. I guess Nick would have the beard too, but I think that's a little later on. Aaron, yeah, that's his name, Aaron. Yeah, he's mainly the camera guy. I always enjoy like Aaron's expressions whenever he spots something. Yeah, I used to watch Ghost Hunters. I started with Ghost Hunters on Sci-Fi because there was no other show that did that sort of thing. and they were based in like Rhode Island, so that's like nearby. And then we have Ghost Adventures. Then we have all these other shows that like sort of like follow the same sort of formula. But yeah, it's just mainly those two shows. I think Adventures is probably a little more entertaining. There's another show, a web series from BuzzFeed. I think they call it BuzzFeed. Was it Mysteries or something like that? Unsolved, yeah, BuzzFeed Unsolved. Not Unsolved Mysteries, but BuzzFeed Unsolved. Although Unsolved Mysteries is great. Oh, you know, I haven't seen like the Netflix Unsolved Mysteries. No, it came back for Netflix. And people were talking about it for a moment when it was brand new. I still have like a box set of their ghost episodes. Unsolved Mysteries Ghosts. There's some really good episodes though. It was so funny who when we get scared, yep. Exactly, look at him in a room or something, yeah. Yeah, Aaron was great. Good thing that he's still part of the team. Oh man, can't wait to get to the teeth. I feel like this is gonna be ending up as like a two-part session or something. I do kind of want to keep it like detailed though. I'm still looking at it and like just amused by the pose that he's doing. It's just so much like the character. Oh man. There's a moment in the original film where he has both his hands like in this sort of like innocent, he's doing that innocent pose, you know, with the two hands. Like the two hands would be like that. You know, like it's like that kind of killer clown. Oh. Yeah, my phone keeps on going to sleep mode. Probably because I have it on battery saving mode. And so far, we only got the white color in. I think this drawing is mostly going to be black, white, maybe some reds. Yeah, I would definitely have some reds. I think that would add. That's probably the only other color that will probably add. I think aside from the teeth, I think the teeth's gonna be the most colorful part, I think. Maybe the fingers too, because there's gonna be blood here. Bum, ba, ba, bum, bum. Nick from Ghost Adventures crew made a show called Paranormal Lockdown. It's really good, you should check it out. So how is the format for that? Is that the same sort of format as Adventures, or? And it's like a reality show, right? Just like Adventures? Except run by Aaron? At least that's what I'm assuming. But it's neat that the crew members have you know, split to, you know, doing different projects and stuff. For me, it's similar, but it's more scientific based. Oh, okay. Yeah, I like Aaron. It's like, I don't know. Try to compare them with something. It's like, oh yeah, it's like when you listen to a band for a long time and you're a big fan of this band, and then all of a sudden they went like, the band would split, and they each of the members would have like solo albums. That's what it feels like for the Ghost Adventures crew. It's like, oh man, Aaron's got his own show. Oh man. All right. Let's get the lips. I don't know how the teeth are gonna be coming out. This should start with a different color. Give it a little more brown, like a light brown color or something. Gotta make note of how the teeth would appear. I feel like the two front teeth would be really long. Man, should I have his mouth open? Maybe keep it grinning. I think he has like a black tongue too, but I'm not sure. Got buck teeth. Oh my gosh. Here, let me swap this playlist a bit. Actually, I'll play one more tune. This track here I made for an unboxing video. Actually, a lot of these tracks I made for unboxing videos. Either that or art. But this one here is based on House, the film House by Sean S. Cunningham, one of my favorites growing up. And I did like a sort of a video review of the film, 1985 I think, 85, 86. I'm pretty sure it's like 85. Yeah, same creator as Friday the 13th. So they made like a film starring William Katt, who some might remember from American Hero. And he's the main character in this film, House, where he plays like an author looking for solitude. And they even mention solitude in the film. So he's pretty much like a Stephen King, but not quite Stephen King. He's just an author, and like he was on the verge of writing his new novel, but it was after he lost his son in that same house, I think, and it's his aunt's house that is presumably haunted, and then things would happen in that house. Yeah. I won't say more. I used to watch it a lot when I was a kid. I was always watching that film. Had it on VHS. A lot of fun moments. And a lot of fun characters. And especially that first film. I didn't really watch the sequels, just that first one. But the way it ended, it's pretty satisfying. Very satisfying ending. I loved it a lot. It was House and Vamp. Vamp 1986. Man, I loved Vamp. Every horror conversation, like a group of people talk about horror and stuff, and when they land on the topic of vampires, no one ever mentions Vamp 1986. No one ever mentions it. Like you get people talking about like more recent stuff like 30 Days of Night. Twilight, Interview with the Vampire, Queen of the Damned, you know, and the good old Dracula and stuff like that. Once in a while you get like a Fright Night, Near Dark, Lost Boys. Those are some of the more like obscure. I guess now it's getting more known because, you know, the revival of the 80s. But Vamp, I feel like a lot of people forgot about Vamp. That was like a popular VHS rental back in the day. But man, I love that film. Definitely not for kids, but man, there are moments in that just gave me nightmares, and every scene I still memorize. It's like ingrained in my brain. The moment when the characters reach to that bar, and also like the story of it in words, it's very similar to that one that what's that guy did? Oh my gosh, this is Vamp right here. I made this piece of music for Vamp. Yeah, I also did a video review on Vamp. Very seductive, like, music too. It had Grace Jones in it. She played one of the vampires. I'm trying to remember that other movie from like 1995, starring George Clooney. But I feel like most people, like the general audience, would remember that film. Quentin Tarantino, yeah, that's the one. He directed that movie. I'm trying to remember. From Dusk Till Dawn, that's it. You got it, Robotic. From Dusk Till Dawn. Like, the more I describe it, the more people would know. But yeah, strippers, vampire strippers in a bar setting. Vamp did that first. Yeah, Vamp 86. 1986, man. And also, that is the only film that, I forgot her name, but Michelle Pfeiffer's sister starred in. She was pretty cute in that, I gotta add. But I just love the story. Main character fights these vampires. Oh, and also, what's his name? Billy... Was it Billy Zombie or something like that? I forgot his last name. He's got this very striking appearance. Similar to David Bowie in a way, but he didn't necessarily play a vampire. He played a person that looked like a vampire, but it's not someone you want to mess with in that movie. Billy, oh man, I'm trying to remember his last name. It was something striking. Oh, yeah, this beat right here is Return of the Living Dead, 1985 classic. I might just let these play. Actually, I think after this one I'll probably revert back to the Chill Tendo playlist. Remember Vamp only vaguely, don't remember at all. Yeah, it's for me it's memorable. Because I watched it so many times as a kid. But I mean, there's a lot that goes on in that film, though. Different characters, different personalities, and it's just a fun film with great visuals. It's got like these neon colors, greens and purples, magentas. Like even the look of it is just, it's so good. Like it's like very comic-y and almost giallo in a way, which is like a style. Make it look maybe brown or something. Brown. Maybe some purples. Oh, imagine if I start adding like highlights to his face. This guy would look awesome in purple, I think. Get like a darker brown here. What are you talking about? Billy Ray Cyrus? No, not Billy Ray Cyrus. Totally not Billy Ray Cyrus. I probably have to look him up. Let me see. His name's probably not Bill at all. Damn. I'm trying to remember some of these actors' names. But he recently passed away. 5.9 on IMDb. Billy Drago, that's his name. Billy Drago. Like almost like dragon, but without the N at the end. And he played the character Snow. So he's got like pale skin. He kind of almost appears as a vampire in the film, but I don't think he's a vampire in that one. He could be though. Although we don't see him in like any situation. Actually, he probably would be, because he hangs out with another member like in this pack, and they enter the oh, what's it called? He enters the diner. Yeah, it's like a diner. And then we don't see his fangs, I don't think, but one of the other goons, I guess we can call them goons, would have fangs. It's kind of like that scene in Back to the Future 2, where Biff, meets up with McFly in that diner scene. So there's a diner scene in Vamp as well, 1985, and yeah, it's kind of that similar sort of scenario. But yeah, one of the other members would have the fangs, but they could have been like make-believe fangs, like modified teeth, but not necessarily vampires per se. At least that's what I thought when I was watching it, as a kid and stuff. But I feel like there would be a group that's like true vampires, and then there will be a group that's like just pretending to be, or just wanting to look like one, or something like that. Because that was the thing nowadays. Oh, in those days, like the goth scene was sort of on the rise. So there would be, that fashion, that goth fashion. Yeah, lots of blacks, makeup, maybe some modified facial features, almost cyberpunk in a way, but not really. More on the spooky side. Also, the guy that plays Duncan, the Asian guy, Getty Watanabe, that guy is fantastic, man. I kind of wish that he would star in more films. Like him, his character in that film, it's sort of like ingrained in my brain, like throughout those years. I would watch the movie just for that guy, sometimes. And I always remember from that one film. Apparently he was also in 16 Candles and Gremlins 2. So yeah. He's still acting too, wow. Just like looking at like IMDb. Yeah, yeah. The last time I watched it, I got the Blu-ray, and then me and a group of friends, we gathered together. We would normally watch like spooky movies at my friend's garage. So I would bring my movies over, and I recently got the Blu-ray for Vamp 1986, and I was telling them about it, like how it influenced me as a kid. And then when they watched it, it's like they were pretty impressed by it, pretty surprised by it too, because of some of the actors that appears in it, which I didn't really think too much of until they mentioned, you know. But it was more of like you have to be local to compare one character with another person that that used to go to school with us. But anyways, yeah, I think that was the last time I saw it. It was like back in like 2016 or something like that. But yeah, the Blu-ray that I have, I think it's the Eureka release, either Eureka or Scream Factory. I'm not sure if it's Scream Factory or not. I forget which label. But yeah, I love Vamp. So whenever that question arrives, like what's your favorite vampire movie and stuff, I can't decide whether, between like Fright Night 1985, the original, or Vamp, because those two are just like so influential to me. Lost Boys is great too. I watched Lost Boys growing up, and that one's fun. But I always I had like a spot for like Fright Night and Vamp, like those two are sort of like less popular too. I think that's another thing that drives it, is that when a film's like less popular, I tend to go for that. Like most folks would choose like something more modern. Something more modern, something more popular. Like that's the first thing that people would choose. But for me, it's like it's gotta be something that's like influential for me growing up. So I think those two films, I think. Even though I did have some memories with Interview with the Vampire when it first came out, 1994, 1993, whichever year it was. But it was for me. It was just, I think Interview was just I didn't know it was based on a book or anything, but just knowing that Brad Pitt was in it, Tom Cruise, I was very familiar with Tom Cruise. After seeing Legend and stuff, he started in Legend, Top Gun. But what's her name? Kristen Dunst as Claudia. I think that was probably the highlight for me, because as a kid, you can only relate to the young vampires. So that was like probably one of the first. Actually, I wouldn't say it's the first, but like Lost Boys and yeah, I think Lost Boys had they had teenagers in there, but the character that Kristen Dunst played was a little younger, and it was a girl. It's like a little girl. So it's like, for me, it's like, whoa, little girl vampire. Hey. But yeah, I think that's for me. I think that's one reason for me to watch. But I enjoyed it. And also Bram Stoker's Dracula. That's great. Fantastic film. Classic. The visuals were, oh my gosh. And there was the video game too. There was a video game on the Sega Genesis, I think. I don't remember if it was on Super Nintendo. I remember seeing advertisements of the video game in like the old Electronic Gaming Monthly magazines. Blade is pretty damn good. Yeah. Definitely Blade. The second film had Donnie Yen. And it also had oh my gosh, what's that track? Serrano? Wait, Voodoo and Serrano? Blood is Pumping, I think that's the track. It's like this tech trance track that was featured in Blade 2, I mean, soundtrack. One of the very few occasions where like a trance track would be playing within like a mainstream film, and a lot of people got to hear it. There was one other moment where a trance track was played, and it was in The Tuxedo with Jackie Chan and Jennifer Love Hewitt, and the track Cosmic Gate. Wait, Exploration of Space, or Exploration of Space by Cosmic Gate made it into the film. That was like around 2002, 2003. So I was like, wow. Starting to see movies that has like trance music in there now. It was pretty surprising. But yeah, I think that's probably like one of the last times we ever, like, trance ever hit like mainstream, or made it into like a mainstream piece of media. Okay, let me go back to Chill Tendo. Didn't like interview movies, but the books were awesome. Yeah, I hear the books were great. There's the new series on AMC, and they call it Anne Rice's Interview with the Vampire, and they changed up a whole lot of things from the looks of it. It's so different even from the 1994 film too. And apparently Claudia, the character Claudia, is a little older, and I haven't seen a single episode yet. Although I know that they just renewed like a season 2 for that show. Oh, it's a little bit dark. Also, I didn't know that like, for a long time, even though I did watch it during my high school years, it was somewhere around like early 2000s, Queen of the Damned would be playing on TV, and I was at my friend's apartment when I saw it, and I had no idea that that was connected to, you know, Interview with the Vampire and stuff. Like, wow. And still, I didn't know that was based on books. But years later down the line, I was like, wow. So these two are connected. Yeah, I thought that one was alright. It had Aaliyah in it. Fantastic. Sadly, that was like one of the last that she was in, if not the last. And I remember that day when they announced her death, and our hip-hop station, our local hip-hop station, played her music. It was like her last single. And that song would play that morning on our way to school. We're like, wow. Like, you can feel, like, you felt like when you listen to that song, like her last single, you can feel like the peacefulness in that song. Yeah. Yeah, the thing with that second film is that they pretty much just like crunched up the story. I think there's like 2 or 3 stories in one, like 2 books. They combined it to one film, so it was weird how they did that. Oh, he's supposed to have this guy has like sort of like Joker style grin. Huh. No, I think that the black part should be a little higher. Let's get this a little higher. Oh, it definitely goes a little higher. Out of the books, Vampire Lestat was the best. Yeah, I feel like I mean, Lestat would be one. At least when you're starting off with the first book. I haven't read the book, so I can only go by the movie or movies and or TV show. But the Queen though, if you're going by the vampires, then how about the Queen though? The Queen would make anybody turn heads. Like, look at how she was presented in the film. She's got those dance moves. But that was the era when like they were making like vampires more seductive. And then there would be like different vampires in other films or pieces of media where they're a little more vicious or just like mysterious. I think that's what I guess they, most vampires would be covering the mystery part. Like most portrayals of vampires, they would cover the mystery part. But then we start to learn about them. But I feel like there still needs to be that monster side of them that has to be presented. Oh, I think this part goes a little higher too. I think the order was Interview, and then Vampire Lestat, and the second was Queen of the... Yeah, that's what it is. She's written other films, The Arthur and Rice. Mayfair Witches, I think, is the other one. And apparently they're making a live-action series out of that. There was supposed to be a trailer that's supposed to release like tonight, I think. It's probably out. I gotta look. Let's see if it's even out yet. Mayfair Witches. They're adapting a TV series in the same fashion as Interview. I forgot who stars in it. There was some actor or actress that was in it that I'm familiar with. There we go, got his lips. Oh, I didn't know it was Anne Rice. Yeah, it is Anne Rice. Yep. Mayfair Weather? Or Mayfair Witches? Mayfair Weather. Isn't that like I forgot who that was. Mayfair Weather. Like, isn't he a boxer or something? Mayfair Weather. My friend Green Clyde Frogs would know, because he watches that. He pops up in the chat once in a while. You think of Floyd Mayweather? Oh, is that what it is? Okay. Floyd Mayweather. There we go. I can only remember the last names. Yeah, Mayweather versus Pac-Man. I forgot what his full name was, but nickname Pac-Man. Manny Pacquiao, oh yeah, Pacquiao. Yeah, my friend would pay-per-view that when there's a fight going on, especially one that has Pacquiao in it, and then we'd have like a group of people and just party and watch the fight. Whoop, it's a little light. Oh man, that's a little bit more gray. It is what I mean by the color wheels, like a little bit small. I feel like this should be on this, like on top here, and then the color selected should be here. So they should swap places so that the color wheel could have more space, and then maybe increase the size of it so you can actually select the color a little more better, easier. I feel like boxing has been corrupted. I think all those big money fights are rigged. Yeah. Would the same go for wrestling? I feel like wrestling is probably a little more entertaining. Because like half of it is like acting, so you get a little bit of you know, of a story attached to it, to the characters. And it's neat that the those characters would have like dialogue, pieces of dialogue, and they would shout it out on the microphone, talking smack at the other characters. That's what's fun about wrestling. Yeah, it's kind of like wrestling now. It's just for entertainment. Yeah, that's probably where they're heading towards. Can you smell what the Rock is looking? And then their entrance music. Each character would have their entrance music. Generation X, I remember those guys. Man, my cousins were all over that. My cousins and some of my schoolmates, some of my classmates back in like the 90s, late 90s, like that era, the Generation X era. That's probably like the last time I was like remotely interested in it. I wasn't really watching it though. Let me see. Alright, you know, let's get some of the eyes in there. Start out with this color. Let's give this guy some pink eyes. Let's get some more blacks in there. I feel like this should be shaded a bit. A darker pink. Like yellow would be a little bit better. Yeah. Yeah, it's coming out really well. I feel like it will be a slow process because I'm still trying to imagine how like the lighting will be, but I think it will turn out just fine. It's gonna be a long process though, I feel. Especially with the amount of detail that I intend on going with. Definitely a lot of grays, white blacks, some reds. Although I might want to use more reds later on. Because what I plan to do is I'm gonna write his name in the background, dripping in blood red, and then maybe have some more red at the borders here, just dripping, like cartoony drips, I think. We'll see. I was thinking to maybe add some on his face too, but I think on the fingers would be just enough, but we'll see. Alright, let's start adding the pupils a bit. Oh, there you go. Now that's a creepy looking crown right there. Or clown. Not crown, but clown. Trying to think of some other clowns that that's been in pieces of media. So far we've mentioned the Joker. There was one in Poltergeist. There was the Stephen King. Oh, we recently watched Rose Red, the miniseries. That was really interesting. I feel like that's like a really neat ad. Oh yeah, I did mention it when I was playing Monster Hunter that night. That turned out really well. I did mention that it was like very similar to, in a way, very similar to the Shining miniseries. I'm trying to remember if the Shining had 2 or 3 episodes. It might have been 3 episodes. So yeah, definitely definitely what I expected with Rose Red. But I feel like it's like quite underrated. I still kind of like the Shining miniseries a little more. But yeah, Rose Red came out a little after Although, it wasn't very, I mean, it had more of a budget, I would assume, because, you know, it came out later. Oh man, doing these eyebrows sort of has the endoskeleton Terminator sort of look. Yeah, the doll from Saw, Billy the puppet. That's sort of clownish. I was thinking to maybe do that too, like a Saw, something to represent the Saw franchise. I'll probably think about it. Maybe maybe feature it later this month. I'm not sure though. There was the Eli Roth clown. Just that he came out with that in 2015, I want to say. It's just before the whole trend of like spooky clowns came about again, especially with the re-adaptation of It that following year. Should probably be some yellows here, yellows on the eyes. This been clowns in like Are You Afraid of the Dark. There's a gesture looking one, and there was the it was not Bozo, it was like, I think it started with an F or something. I don't remember his name. But it was the clown where the kid steals his nose, and then the kid was haunted by that clown. Haunted until to the point where he had to return the nose to that carnival area. That was a fun episode. The book, It has over 1,000 pages. Sheesh. You don't know why I see a whole lot of like people that own the books. Like It would be like the thickest book. No pun intended. Oh. Hey there, Phantasma. And I'm just seeing these notifications from, oh, I don't know what that was. It just blinked for a moment and then it disappeared. I'm looking over on Trovo live chat. It just popped up something for like a moment. I think, they might be alerting like every channel about like current events or something on the website. Just saw something pop up. Okay. Let's get some darker colors. I think I gotta fix his face a little bit. Yeah, we gotta go some more blacks over here. Underneath the eyes. Oh yeah, no problem, Robotic. Thanks for hanging out. Rest well, my dude. Yeah, this might just end up being like a 2-part session. I could bring it back next week. We'll see. So I think, yeah, it's like quite a few films and shows coming out this week. I just remembered one that was also coming out. So Midnight Club from Mike Flanagan. That's the Netflix one. Terrifier 2, which is hitting theaters. Hellraiser, the new Hellraiser on Hulu. And then there's also season 2 of Chucky. That's gonna be on Peacock. I'm not sure if they're doing like episode per week. They'll probably be doing episode per week. But I kind of want to watch season 1 because I didn't get to complete season 1. Definitely need some more blacks under his eyes. Wait, is it live on YouTube? Okay, yeah. It should be going live on YouTube, right? Haven't checked yet. Let me do that now. Okay, it's live on YouTube. Okay. Just want to make sure. Holy moly. Hey there, Josh. Wow, I'm just now noticing the YouTube chat. Sorry I missed that on the chats over on YouTube. I have it set up differently this time because I had to include Twitter as the streaming destinations. Holy moly, let me catch up on these messages. It's been like about 2 hours now. I'm just now catching up to these. Boss Screech, hello. Middle face clown with 2 parts, yep. Corrupted Harm, Deformation. Splatoon has a manga. What if it turned into a movie? Yeah. Yeah, I'm aware of the Splatoon manga. They could definitely turn into a movie. I like how the folks at Gung Ho Entertainment, they're pumping out like animated episodes of Ninjala, and they're still going with it too. I feel like that could be like a season of its own. I think they're about like 20 episodes now. I think I haven't caught up with them, but the animation for that is fantastic. Less than 24 hours until we see the Mario movie for the first time. Yeah, exactly. Holy moly, I'm missing out on some of these messages from like an hour ago. Let's see, catching up on messages now. There we go. Let me check my tabs real quick. Make sure I didn't miss anything. Still got Pete in the background. Oh yeah, he also has some paint on his face, I forgot. Let's see, extend this part out a bit. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, bum, bum. This part is supposed to extend a little more. Definitely had to get his eyes perfectly aligned, I think. So far, seems in place. I feel like his nose should be. I don't know. I feel like this nostril needs to be tugging underneath it a little more. The angle that he's at right now. But yeah, that Mario movie, I think for us it's gonna be streaming at like 4 p.m. like 4 and 5 minutes. I think I have the alarm set up so I can catch it. So that's gonna be on a Thursday, I want to say. Thursday, tomorrow. I think I'll probably be tuned into a state of trance. Oh, I wonder if I can catch. I wonder if I can hop on tomorrow, maybe work on this, like finishing this drawing while watching that trailer. Alright, let me see if I can fix this up a bit. Like, this nose needs to pop out. This part, I'm going to shade it. Boom, ba, boom, ba, boom, ba, boom, boom. There you go. Now it looks like it's the nose is a little bit longer. I just gotta make sure the colors. There you go, something like that. There we go. Now it's a little bit more how I want it. I think I should make this part a little more brighter. It's supposed to come out like this way. Let me see. Mario Brothers movie trailer tomorrow at 4 East, 4 p.m. East. So I know folks on the internet, like, they're all complaining about the look. Especially with like the no butt thing going on. And people can be weird on the internet. I've already seen some memes already. The first memes comparing it with a Shovel Knight's butt, which is hilarious. Let's fix this part here. think this part needs to be a bit more bright. I'm pretty positive that the movie is going to be I think they will probably focus on it being fun, and I'm sure they'll hit it. You know, seeing how the Minion films are all about that, and you know, if it's the same animation studio, then there shouldn't be any problem. I think at this point, just more about the storyline. Seeing that movie poster, it's getting, you know, it's definitely what I expect. And the Mushroom Kingdom looks a lot different. I mean, it's not a lot different, but it's like something going on with that Peach Castle on that big hill. And normally we don't see the hill like that, or the castle looking like that, on top of a hill like that. So there must be something up. Yeah, I guess we'll find out once the trailer drops. And it's still only going to be like a teaser trailer, I think. But they could possibly have like a lot that would happen in the trailer. And of course, I'm going to expect a lot of people who could be covering it, having their own reactions to the trailer. Everyone and their moms are going to have a video up. Reaction, trailer reaction. Yep. Goofy thumbnails, intact. It's gonna be fun. Yep, now it's looking a little more closer to I want it. I still feel like the head needs to be a little bit taller or something. And the hat is positioned just right. See what happens if I make it a little taller. I don't want to go too much though, but just a tiny bit more. Ba-da-ba-da-ba. Okay. Now we got the hat. Let's get some grays in there. Like, essentially the same sort of color. Well, got a Mario movie coming up. I don't know if they'll ever make like a Zelda movie. It would have to be like a VR film or something. Because with the concept, although I feel like Nintendo could let go of the philosophy. The old philosophy. Oh my gosh, is OBS disconnecting again? Well, let me check OBS real quick. Come on, OBS. Yeah, looks like it's gonna try and reconnect. I wonder if I could set the reconnection speed a little lower so that I can reconnect faster. So I'm checking my settings for the reconnect, and I have it set to 2 seconds, so it shouldn't take that long. Yeah. Stream delay, no stream delay. Yeah, I have the automatically reconnect to 2 seconds. Maybe I can reduce it a little more just so I can get that 1 second or something. Retry delay, 1 second. So I don't know if this is gonna disconnect or set to like a separate video, but just in case, we had a disconnect earlier tonight, but I may just end it short, even though I've only gone for like, I want to say like 3 hours at this point in time. So 3 hours, 3 hours total. Doing this drawing of Art the Clown, Terrifier. We're broadcasting to like multiple platforms. YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, DLive, Trovo. I had to disconnect from Ricardo because we were dropping frames. But we should be good now. But for some reason the net connections tends to drop from time to time. Okay. Might just go on for a few more minutes. So far, it doesn't seem like it's splitting the videos. At least I'm looking over on Twitch, and I don't see any resets of the time though. So it probably must mean that this session is still intact. But yeah, just to refresh, there's a new Terrifier film coming out this week. I think tomorrow, like right now, midnight. It just hit midnight now, East Coast. So Terrifier 2, which is why I have Art the Clown here. He's the main villain, the main killer. He's got his peace sign up, representing number 2. Well, yeah, this is supposed to appear more bloody, but I haven't got to the blood part yet. I'm still drawing out the rest of his outfit. I think most of tonight has been focused on his face. But I feel tomorrow I could hop on a little early, like in the daytime, and then maybe finish the rest of his drawing. And then maybe add some reds, get down to the reds, I think, for tomorrow. It came out a little bit more detailed than I thought, but I did intend to go a little more detailed. Just didn't know like how long it would take. Or how many sessions. Let's make sure the lighting is on point. Oh, I totally forgot to save. Oh my gosh, I haven't been doing that. Boy. We're like so deep into the immersion Chatting horror films all night. A little bit of horror, a little bit of sci-fi, but mostly horror. Bow, 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 bow. Let's get a brighter lighting here. Oh, just a little too bright here. I feel like Twitter does a really good job at keeping the videos intact into one piece. Let's get some dots. Add some texture to the hat here. I think we need to add some more different sizes. Imagine making this hat like more sparkly. There we go. Bit sparkly. Get this part a little bit more bright as it stands against the light. But we know that this black, where this hat is black, get some more blacks in there as well. Start contrast here. Don't want to have it come out looking too sketchy, and I want to soften the edges a bit. I feel like I need to add more blacks to it. Let's see. Definitely needs to widen the black part of his eyes here a little more, because there will be certain angles where it would appear a little more angled this way instead of like that way. Oh, sorry if the stream is lagging. It might be. Once in a while, there will be a little bit of buffering. So we're broadcasting to multiple places simultaneously, including Twitter. There we go. I think I need to go a little further out. There is room. Alright, so like that. Definitely had to widen that part out. Although I feel like the mouth should be a little bit more. It needs to be a little more higher or something. Either that or I shrink the teeth a bit. I feel like I should shrink the teeth. We'll see. Should be angled a little more. Let's go a little bit higher. Like overall, it's fine where it is right now, but. Hey there, Clyde Frog. Well, come on in. I mean, it was a pretty late night. Hope all is well. Yeah, we're getting down to some drawing. Art the Clown is a character from Terrifier. There's a part 2 coming out this week. I think it's out today, tomorrow, depending on how you look at the time. Yeah, this is one of the films that's hitting theaters. I don't know if it's on a streaming service or anything, but will definitely be on streaming service later on, though, I think. I know the first film is on streaming service. But yeah, I've been wanting to draw this character for a while. It's like I've been planning it finally got around to it. I was just watching a Johnny Wayne Gacy documentary about the other day. Oh, nice. What's that one about? I don't think I've seen that documentary. Is it another like murder mystery? Or true crime? I know that Dahmer one has been making rounds. And apparently there's like, oh my gosh, there's like a lot of TikTok copycat killers. Or at least they would probably bring up some copycat killers. I mean, I guess it's bound to happen. Serial killer who dressed as a clown. Ooh. I'll have to write that down and see. Is it on Netflix? I think I saw something. I didn't really look into it or watch it, but they may have recommended it to me. I just didn't get to watch it yet. But there's a few of them on Netflix. I think the last one I watched was the American Murders, American Murder or something like that. I think it was just called American Murder, with the family. That was really sad. Oh, actually, I take that back. It was Megan is Missing, which is also really sad. I might have to take a peep at it. Oh man, where are these black dots coming from? Fix this here. Alright, trash bag. I feel like a bit more shiny back here. This is gonna be tricky. I feel like the head would cast a shadow on the back, but I think back here should be more visible against the light. It's supposed to be like a black bag. So I should probably save. There we go, save. One of the Twitch tags that I added was a killer clown. I think it's just singular, killer clown. Watch out. There's a killer clown abound. Now I'm wondering if that's the same clown that the clown story that took place around the years of 2015. Like, I'm assuming that that's a story that that happened recently or something. Well, it could be something totally different. me try a much brighter color here. There we go. Much shinier. It's important to get the shine in. I think the jaggediness of it also helps. Oop. Just gotta get a bunch of stripes in there. Let's go a little softer. So with this hand would have the glove. Let's make sure I get this part colored. Oh, apparently his the glove would go. I think it starts to cut off somewhere on that first knuckle. So I think this seems about right. Although I feel like I could shorten it. Maybe shorten the fingers altogether. But I think it should cut somewhere over here for the glove. Same thing for this one here on this hand. Oh yeah, I found out recently that they somehow revealed Joker's real name in the world of comics, the DC comics. I always thought it would be Jack, because that's how it's presented in the Batman '89 film. It was like an amalgamation of Jack Nicholson, who plays the character. So it'll be Jack's first name and then last name of the actor that played Alfred in the Batman '66. But I always knew him as like Jack. That's what they call him in the '89. And I think there's been moments in like the animated series, the Batman animated series, where they also call him Jack. So hopefully that stays canon, or at least the first name. As long as they keep the first name, that's great. There's been other iterations where he was known as Joe. I guess it's like short for Joker. They're trying to change his name up to Joe instead. But I always know him as Jack. And they could change the last name up to whatever. But as long as they keep the Jack first name, that's where I'm at. were chatting about how, like, what other clowns there were in pieces of media, like killer clowns that were iconic, and Joker would be one of them. It also got me thinking about the the recent Joker film, and that they're doing a spin-off. Was it like a spin-off featuring what's her name? Harley Quinn. I think this part needs to be jagged. So you get some blacks in there. Yep. Margot Robbie is going to be playing as her, of course. I think they could go that route. They probably could put in Poison Ivy in the story. And I'm sure they will. And Birds of Prey wasn't all that bad. It was actually pretty fun. Alright, let me see if we can get some tight line tools here. The line tool would help a lot. And this part needs to be it's gonna be difficult. So you can actually connect it together. Got any plans for Halloween, Clyde? Any costumes you're looking to dress as? Or characters? Oh yeah, I think I have an idea of what game I want to play for October. Spooky season. I'll have to see if it's in my library first. It's probably gonna be a Steam game, but we'll see. No plans? I think I might have the game on a Humble Bundle. And it's a game that I've been wanting to play for a while, but I just hadn't got around to it. But I think if it runs well, I could possibly broadcast it to multi-stream it to all the places. Yeah, these past few years, it's mostly just Inktober and spooky games and spooky movies, I guess. That's my Halloween. That's how my Halloween has been the last few years. Although, yeah, I haven't even started on Inktober yet. I think last year I had to do like a late Inktober onwards into December. Like it took until December until I can do some Inktober stuff. I haven't even uploaded those videos yet, but I did upload the images though to Twitter, and that's about it. I saw that now that YouTube supports like image posting, like you can post within the community page of your channel. It would show up in the YouTube app, which is now becoming like a Facebook feed or something. I feel like YouTube is slowly becoming the new Facebook, except it's got more videos, more video website focused. It's weird that we require the I don't know if there's a way to view that, like the feed on the website. Normally I just set it to subscription page, and I just see whatever new videos has been uploaded from all the channels that I'm subscribed to. But I don't see the image posts like that some would write on, unless I check the app, the official app. The only thing I don't like about the official app is the ads. Sometimes the ad would just like queue up when I want to watch a certain video, and when I can't get through those ads, I'll just have to opt out and then like watch a different video or something. Okay. Let's get some of these black. Oh man, I don't know if Terrifier even has a theme song. Like most of the soundtrack, when I look back at it, that first film was mostly just like ambient sounds, like electronic ambience. There was not really any like melodic themes that like old school slashers would have. Like, you know, the iconic like Halloween theme song by John Carpenter. Like Freddy would have one, Jason would have one. It's always something with sound. I don't remember if like Terrifier had any. I feel like he would. Especially when they're trying to harken back to the old school slashers era. There's been some other horror films where it's more obscure now, but like they've got some cool theme songs that would fit well in like a horror film. I'm trying to remember some of them, but it's hard to remember which film it was. I know I wrote it down too. Like after I would watch a film, I would like comment on like Tracker or something. I would track down what I watch. Sometimes I would comment if I feel a need. But as of late, I haven't really write any reviews on the films that I watch. I just check in and then that's it. Even though it's a great film, good or bad, like I haven't really been writing little reviews. Because I would just normally just watch them and screen them on Discord. And then I'll just write my thoughts as I'm watching. But then I don't really, like I would write over in Discord, but I don't write it like in a website. I feel like I should just like type up like a short summary. And that's basically what I do too, like type up like a short summary and then post it. And yeah, it's just pretty much just like what I initially think of the film, like after I watched it. Sometimes I would notice like Easter eggs here and there, little things that would catch my eye, the way it's directed and stuff. I will point it out in that comments, but yeah. I think these days, or at least for the last couple of years, it's mostly been real-time commentary, running it down. When it's a funny moment, just LOL, you know, stuff like that. But yeah. I do describe to other people though when recommending the film to other folks. I would either say, "Oh yeah, this is a fun one. It's a fun spooker. This one's a more gruesome spooker," so on. But yeah, I tend to keep it short mostly. But yeah, if I only have more time, I would write all the details. Alright, now the bag is certainly looking more like a bag. Bum, 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 bum. Alright, let's save this. There we go. You can hear that camera shot. Wow, 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 wow. I think I should add more shine back here or something. It could be like a purple light back here or something. That'd be pretty cool. This would be the lighting. Some purple lighting there, purple lighting here, maybe on the glove. That'd be cool. And then some on his face or something. Yeah. His nose. That'd be pretty cool. Neon lighting. Alright, I don't want to do too many lines. Or else I won't be able to undo it all. There you go. Okay. Well, looks like we're just about to reach the 3-hour mark, at least for this part 2 session. But I think we've gone about 3.5 hours. Yeah, we're about 3.5 hours in now. I don't know. I could probably add like his face paint, and then I'll call it. So yeah, let's keep going. Probably go on for like another half hour or so. We'll see. So far, it's going pretty well. Alright, let me see how his face paint is gonna turn out here. It's gonna be like something like that. And there's another one here. Okay. Oh, let me try it again. This one needs to curve out a little more. Oop. Something like that, I think. Try it again. There you go, something like that. Alright. Let's dragging this up. I think this part needs to be like that. Ba, 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 ba. This part here should be a little bit thicker, I think. Just a tiny bit. I think it ends like somewhere right here. Ba, 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 ba. I feel like I would have to resort back to the Killer Clown remix. Oh boy. It's an odd angle. Very difficult to make that mark using a mouse. Oh boy. I think another good method is to just make dots, like do dots like this, boop, 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 boop. And then just like hope that they connect. I mean, that's one method. Alright. Now we gotta thin out these lines. The only thickest part is like the center part here. Let's go a little bit stronger. Oh, that's wrong. It's all in the opacity and then the right color. Whoop. Okay. Yep, trying to clean up this eyebrow a bit. Not sure if I want to leave that mark there. Get some grays in there. Yep. Color that up. There you go. Alright, I feel like the eyebrow is a bit thicker than how I imagine it to be. So you can get this right. Like some of the lighting is oh. Okay. I'm gonna thicken this eyebrow here. See, a little lighter. Yeah, especially this side here should be a little bit brighter. There you go, something like that. Alright, then he's also got like lines coming out from the top and bottom, sort of like the crow a bit. Huh. Apparently there's like more dark spots at the top here, top eyelids. Alright, let's make sure we get that. Let's get those lines in. Let's go a little stronger. There you go. Like a small little line. Then another one down here. Although I feel like I need to gray this part out a bit. I should make it a little lighter. Ba, 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 ba. I haven't really done much to this eye here. Let's color that up a little bit. It's mostly been shadows. It should like drag downward though. Let's see if you can do that. And this side too also has it. It's sort of bony, but also has its own like sort of structure. Okay. Now let's get the black. Let's get the mark in. There you go. We got it. Man. I feel like they should be a little bit darker though. A little darker. Alright. I think later on I'll probably make his pupils a little bit more bigger. And then I'll add the shine to it. Alright. Save. I feel like there's a lot more to do with the teeth. Let's see if we can add some shine to it. I feel like this side here should be a little bit more jaggedy. Boom, boom. Let's add some blacks around the teeth. Definitely need to have like blacks on the edges here. I feel like I have the teeth way too like long. I think definitely this part here needs to be a little bit shorter. bring it down. I don't know about this bottom part though. They seem a lot more smaller than the top teeth. Well, definitely add the edges, darken up the edges a bit. There we go. It's definitely more on par on how it's supposed to look. Sort of also resembles the House of a Thousand Corpse. Alright. Probably add the skin color for the fingers. And I think I may call it after that. Of course, gotta save. Of course, these two fingers are going to be bloody. Gotta give it a peach. Maybe an orangey color. JT, Rock, this clown is scary. It's supposed to be scary. It's Halloween. Yeah. This is Art the Clown meet Art the Clown meet Josh Thomas. Oh boy. I haven't even added the blood yet. Wait till we see the blood. Oh yeah, so tomorrow will be 4 p.m. for my side. That's when they're gonna premiere the Super Mario Brothers movie, or trailer, teaser trailer, is it? Can't wait for that. I might go live around that time. We'll see. If I can prepare, I'll probably just finish the rest of this drawing, and then watch the trailer as it's airing. Don't introduce us. Are you gonna stream the Mario thing? Do a live reaction? Let's see. There we go. We shorten up the fingers a bit. Really good. I think the length is just fine. Kappa. Gonna do a live reactions. Nice. Yeah, I'll probably tune into the to that stream as well. I mean, I have a good feeling about it. I know it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be a fun movie. Just really curious on the animation. I mean, going by like the Minion movies, I'm sure the character's gonna be like, you know, bright and fun and bouncy. Oh boy. And I feel like the Toads would fit the role of like the Minions, but maybe not as like the way the Minions are. Probably less loud, you know what I mean? Less speech with the Toads. I imagine the Toads just mostly be cheering. Like they're more cheering type. And I could see them dancing and singing. They could probably sing like a song like how the Minions do. That's funny though, like they got the right company. At least like comparing, you know, the Mario universe with the Minion universe, I feel like the Toads would be the Minions singing about bananas and love songs. R&B love songs. Let's see. I should extend this finger. Actually, I think the orange would be. There we go. Orange. Oh wow, there's like a more brighter orange. Alright. Oh, I gotta do this one too. Let's get a little bit here. I feel like this part here should be a little bit darker too. Get some fingernails in there. I feel like still a bit a little lighter. Oh. This part here should be a little bit brighter. This clown is scary! I feel like his fingers should be bloody, but I'll probably start adding the. I'll save the blood for tomorrow or something. I think Like the glove should be... This part needs to be a bit shorter, I think. I'll see. Like this should be a little bit shorter. Okay, next part. This part of his suit is supposed to be white, I think. Oh, imagine like people coming in. Oh, Roth's doing a spooky drawing. And they're like scared to like click into to watch. Creepy clowns. No. Now there is a phobia that's in relation to clowns, so I think there's a phobia where a person is afraid of clowns. Let me see if you can... I don't know what that word was. Colophobia. Chorophobia. I think that's what it's called. Chorophobia. Yeah. There's a term for that. Chorophobia. I feel like I need to brighten up his face a bit. Let me see. Let me actually make a mark on this side. I want to see how it would look if I lay out the name. Oh, I'm trying again. Let's go a little bit softer. Try to make it look like he used his 2 fingers to write out his name. So in the trailer, he uses his 2 fingers, bloody 2 fingers, and writes out his name in blood. There you go, something like that. And then it starts to drip. Or something like that. I'll probably get more detail in this part here. Alright. What is the track of this music? So this is a piece of music that I made. I made this specifically for Transformers. Yeah, you like that, huh? You like that, huh? It's, yeah, I meant to keep it more like lush sounding and ambient, but then add some synths to it and give it that 80s touch to it. You got the touch. It sort of has that synth. If you listen to that song, The Touch, from Transformers 86. 86? It sort of has that same melody, but I kept it like more ambient. Because it was meant for like background music for the unboxing video. But yeah, it's like a 7-minute track, 7-minute long track. Yeah, they're very nostalgic. I've had people ask me, "Oh, can you upload this?" But yeah, if you want the MP3, I can send it to you. I got a whole bunch of tracks that I made just for like videos. Alright, I think I might just end it here. Yeah, I think, yeah, this is a good time to call it. I'll probably just, play this track for a little longer. Yeah. Yeah, there's the sense again. But yeah, I shift the melody around a bit so that it would feel more nostalgic. It's got that nostalgia feel about it. Okay, so I'll probably hop back onto this tomorrow. More tomorrow. More tomorrow. Yep. Gonna start adding some blood. I'll save the blood for tomorrow. Not sure if I add it on its face though. I'll probably add it on the fingers. But we'll see. Alright. Thanks all for dropping on by, hanging out, talking spooky stuff, spooky movies, shows. I'm gonna take off for tonight. So yeah, have yourselves a wonderful rest of your night and or day, and I shall see you in the next one. Later!